Good morning and welcome to the Tuesday, September 13th, 2022 Board of Supervisors meeting. At this time, a call for order regarding the closed session, and I'll turn it over to the clerk to read out the two items.
Closed session item 1, pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, conference with the real property negotiators Craig Pedro and Marcus Munoz, potential purchase price and terms of payment for APN 042-003-009, negotiating party Kennedy Chan. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, public employee performance evaluation, title County Administrative Officer.
Thank you. At this time, is there any public comment? And I'll start with Zoom.
There is no online public comment.
And seeing none in the room, we will convene into closed session and see everyone at 9 o'clock for the regular agenda.
Testing.
So,
Okay.
no, I appreciate you asking, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. It's it's going okay.
Robert, you're not on mute.
Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for September 13th, 2022. If you could please stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So earlier we went into closed session. At this time, there was no report out as we will be convening back into closed session after the regular agenda. At this time, we'll go to staff announcements. Judy?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management. I have a couple of things that I do want to bring to you today. We have some exciting things going on in the world of human resources. So we have had, in the past, we had some employee health fairs where we could give great information to the employees. And because of COVID, the last 3 years, we've not been able to have them. And in fact, I think our last one, we may have had Supervisor Garamendi and Supervisor Callaway visit our health fairs. So like I said, it's been a little while, but this year, September 29th, Thursday, September 29th, we will be resuming the employee health fair, and we're able to bring the message of wellness. And so when we talk about wellness to our employees, it's not just your benefit that you're enrolled in. There are some wonderful things with wellness. We have mental health wellness, we have financial wellness. And so we have all of these different things that we're going to be focusing on, just not which benefit plan you're enrolled in. And so, for example, PRISM will be there to discuss some of the programs that we have outside of Adventist Blue Cross. So we have programs such as CAREM. And what CAREM is employees who have to have shoulder surgery, knee surgery, back surgery, and elbow surgery. And then starting January 1st, for those who have breast cancer, they enroll with CAREM and they will be sent to a center of excellence to have their surgery. CAREM pays for the co-pays, they pay for the transportation. They have a medical navigator that will make sure that the medical files from the employee's primary physician is transferred over to the surgeon and center that will be doing the surgeries. This is a great opportunity for employees to have these surgeries at the best hospitals by the best surgeons. And it also, like I said, picks up co-pays and transportation costs. And you can even bring, it'll pay for you to have somebody with you and pay for a hotel. So CAREM is one of great programs that we want to make sure that everybody is informed on. We have had, I believe, 3 employees who have used CAREM and have nothing but good things to say about it. So we want to make sure that that information gets out to everybody else. We also have a new program this year called Hinge. And when you think of, it's for physical therapy, and it's ability to do physical therapy remotely. And so when you enroll into Hinge, they will send you monitors and an iPad. And so when you set up your physical therapy, you have your therapist on the iPad walking you through your exercises, and the monitors ensure that the exercises are being done correctly. So with us being a little bit off the beaten path, this helps with physical therapy and saving time from driving back and forth to your therapist. Hinge is new, and so we're excited to bring that information to the employees. And then also we have Livongo. Livongo, I think of Live Long. It is for those with diabetes. And so type 1 or type 2 diabetes, if they have had that diagnosis, it will help the employee be able to have access to resources for free. So if you have type 1 diabetes, it will help with those monitors that go like on your skin. And then it will let you know when you have either a spike or you have dropped. And then it also will notify a health professional. If they cannot get a hold of you, then they will notify next of kin to make sure everything's okay and then you haven't passed out. So Livongo will get you all of your diabetes supplies for free and then help you work out what is the best monitoring solution. And so all of these, and the idea and why PRISM brings these programs to us and without a cost to the employee is try to prevent more catastrophic illnesses that does cost the insurance more money. And then also we want to make sure our employees are well and healthy. And sometimes, especially diabetes is one that people don't necessarily give the proper attention to and can create very serious catastrophic illnesses down the road. So we're excited to get the information out on those. Like I said, besides your normal healthcare plans. Also, we want to focus on financial wellness. It's very important that we give all the information to our employees on programs such as the RCRC Assist to Own program. We have sent out information to our employees on this program, and then we want to make sure that we have a representative from RCRC there. They have confirmed that we will, and they can talk through the program with the employee. So the program will assist employees of Calaveras County, because we are a participating county, by providing down payment and closing cost assistance up to 5.5%. There are kind of layers to it that they will talk that through with the employees. And then it's also combined with an attractive first mortgage interest rate. We do have participating mortgage lenders in Murphy's. There are a lot of different lenders online, and it's you can search them by those close to us, the top rated lenders, all of those things. And so we will assist the employees in getting that information to them. And we have been during our recruitments, we do have it on our recruitments. We also, with our new hires, we have been giving them information. We have a whole slide regarding the program, as well as the flyers for the program. So we're excited to bring that information to the employees. And then we will also be having a follow-up webinar. So those employees that can't make it to the health fair, on October 6th, we will be having a webinar at 10 a.m. and one at 2 p.m. And Supervisor Garamendi, RCRC, has requested that you do the intros to the webinars. If you're not available, then we can do a recording. Awesome. We're happy to be bringing that to everybody. And then we want to make sure our employees are not waiting for the health fair. We have talked with our department heads. We have given the information to our department heads to make sure that when they have candidates, especially candidates from outside of the area that are being recruited to this area, that they understand that there is this assistance available to them. So we are getting the word out there. Let's see. So we also have, we're very happy that all of our county departments are also participating in the health fair. We have, I think now up to like 25 tables. So this is going to be quite the event. We have behavioral health that's participating to help get the information out there to our employees that there is assistance out there right here in the county. Public health, IT, so your IT health wellness. We also have elections, making sure that people are enrolled to vote this year, and many more. So we're excited. Animal services, we're trying to get them to bring some cute puppies for that support. So we're very excited that it is very much larger than we have had in the past. And then we have also partnered with Mark Twain. So besides Mark Twain having representatives there that takes your blood pressure, gives you great information, they are also providing lunch to us this year. And so we're very excited that they partnered with us on that. So the second item that I do want to make sure that everybody is aware of, also in the past, we had the high school internship program. We were only able to have really one successful year with it before COVID hit and shut down the schools, shut down the program. And so this year we have been working with the Calaveras County Unified School District. And we are going to be bringing back the high school interns for those departments that are willing to participate in the program. We have been working with Odie Morrison, and we are wanting to make this more of a real life event for the students, which means we're having kind of a quasi recruiting event where the students have to apply for the position and they will be interviewed for the position on site. And so we are working to have that October, the beginning of October. We should have a solid date this week, and I will make sure and push that out and let you know what date we're having that event, where we're having the event. And I would like to invite you to also come and participate in the event. All right, so I think that covers what I want to tell you. Any questions on any of our fun events? And we would really, so at our health fair, we're going to be having a hula hoop contest. Each department will have somebody that they're putting forward for a pizza party in their office. So it's more divisions. I'm not buying pizza for the whole HHSA. And so we would love to see somebody from the board participate. And this was Stacy's idea.
It was.
You're representing us.
No, you're going to join me in the hula hoop.
We will have waiver signs, so there's no workers' comp plans. So I also have flyers here for any of our employees that would like to pick it up on the assistant owned. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I believe we have Lisa Medina next. Is she online?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Lisa.
Hello, good morning, Madam Chair, honorable members of the board and our Calaveras community. Lisa Medina, Environmental Management Agency. The second to last free rabies clinic was held at Spence Feed and Supply this past Saturday. 157 rabies vaccines were given. Our focus members and volunteers, as always, did a wonderful job facilitating this event. Thank you, focus members and our volunteers. A very special thank you to Dr. Sasha Greenlee and Gia Suber from Angels Camp Veterinary Hospital, who administered the vaccines. We are very grateful to our community and to have those that care so much for our Calaveras animals and keeping our community public health protected. The vaccine clinics are invaluable. The next, last, and free rabies and microchip clinic for the year 2022 will be held Saturday, October 8th, here at the Government Center from 9 to noon. And yes, we will be representing animal services at the upcoming health fair. We're very excited to be doing that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any other staff announcements? Okay, I'm not seeing any in the room. Are there any online?
There are no online staff announcements.
With that, we'll move on to recognition and acknowledgement. Clerk, can you please read out item number 3?
Item 3, proclamation, Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program. Proclaim the month of September 2022 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras, recognizing the role of promoting awareness and resources around suicide prevention.
At this time, we'll have Wendy come up. Good morning.
Good morning. Today we have with us Ken Baldwin, who's going to give you guys a brief speech and give you some information and tips regarding suicide awareness for the month. We want you all to know that asking if somebody is suicidal or if they feel like harming themselves is not going to cause them to. So please be the one to speak up to get the help. And with that, Ken.
Hi, my name is Ken Baldwin. I live in Angels Camp, and I taught at Bret Harte High School for 25 years, architecture and engineering. Go Bullfrogs. They said I have an hour and a half, so this is going to be great. The reason I'm here on this day with that proclamation is that I have suffered from depression and suicidal ideation most of my adult life. It got so bad that in 1985, I jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge. We got to go back a little bit, 1981. 1981, I was depressed, I was suicidal. I decided to take my life. I took pills and alcohol. I took them and an hour later, I was neither drunk nor sleepy. I went home to talk to my wife about that. And she said, let's not talk about this. And so we didn't. We didn't tell anybody what had happened. We didn't tell anybody what I'd done because we were ashamed. We were ashamed of who I was. We were ashamed of what I'd done. It was dark. So we didn't talk about it. What happened? 3 years later, I decided again to kill myself. And I decided that the Golden Gate Bridge is the way to do it. I go to the Golden Gate Bridge. I jump off. I immediately understand that this is the wrong thing to do. I wanted to live now. I wanted to live. And that's what started this whole thing, is because I understood that I wanted to live and that I had something to say. I started talking about it. It was almost immediate. Somebody asked me from a newspaper, they said, hey, would you talk about what you've done and who you are? And I said, absolutely. I have nothing to hide. I'm not ashamed of who I am. I'm troubled. My brain lies to me, but I have the tools to be able to handle life and life's crises. And so I started talking and I started talking and talking and talking and talking to anybody who would listen about suicide prevention and about what we can do to help people. And what happened was I was working one day and Susan Sells and KB Alvarado came to my classroom and said, we know your story. We know your story. We know you tell your story. We'd like you to help us in Calaveras County Behavioral Health. We'd like you to help us get the word out that you can help people. And the process, the program that they had set up is called QPR, Question, Persuade, Refer. All it means is start the conversation. You see somebody who is in emotional distress, start the conversation. It may save their life. That was 6 years ago. I retired 4 years ago, and this is what I do now, is I do QPR for Calaveras County and Amador County. And it's really important that we start to talk about this so the people who need the help the most aren't ashamed to ask for the help. That's critical. That's what we need the most, is to start the conversation, start talking about it, and make sure that those people who need the help get the help they need. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Did I ask you if you had any questions? Do you have any questions?
My daughter thought he was an awesome teacher.
Thank you very much.
I was just gonna follow up that this story's been shared at the high school over the years. And thank you for sharing that over the years. So at kids for a younger age to understand that as they go through changes in high school into adulthood, that they can ask for help. So it's a great, we were lucky to have them on campus. With that, are you gonna read the prog? Yeah. It's in front of it. I can. You had it in front of you.
I have the proclamation in front of me, and I am a member, the board representative on the mental health board, which I missed the last meeting on last Tuesday, and I apologize for doing that after we got 2 new members on there. It simply didn't show up on my calendar, and I apologize. It won't happen again. So with that being said, now therefore, well, I shouldn't read that part first, although it's up at the top. Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras proclaimed the month of September 2022 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras. Whereas during the month of September, individuals, organizations, and communities around the country join their voices to amplify the message that suicide can be prevented. And whereas it is recognized that people of all ages benefit from the common tenets of wellness, such as access to the effective health and behavioral health care, social support, and a sense of meaning and purpose. And whereas attitudes and perceptions about aging,
What are you looking at me for?
perceptions, Marita, I guess. Behavioral health challenges and suicides have a significant impact on individual wellness and the willingness to reach out for support and services that can alleviate distress. And whereas cultivating and maintaining wellness is a lifelong pursuit, and individuals of all ages can benefit from integrating wellness into their daily routine to prevent or reduce the severity of physical and behavioral health problems. Whereas knowing the signs of suicide, finding the words to talk with someone that may be thinking of suicide, and reaching out to local resources are actions everyone can take to take care for themselves and others. And whereas Calaveras County Health and Human Services Agency, the HHSA, and Behavioral Health Division, BHD, is committed to raising awareness, providing education and training for suicide prevention, and helping to reduce stigma associated with suicide and attempted suicide. Susan, the camera's off. I got to start over. Oh, I saw you adjust the camera. Okay. And whereas HHSA and BHD will conduct suicide prevention trainings in September that teach how to help others and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And with that, I'll ask, is there any public comments? We do have one online.
Corey Allen.
Good morning, members of the board. Corey Allen, Health and Human Services Agency Director. I just want to acknowledge the tremendous work by our Behavioral Health Division and in the support that they do serving our community. As you hear from Mr. Baldwin, it's a very real issue. These are very real conversations to be having, and it's through your Behavioral Health Division that we are providing a safety net. I want to acknowledge the courage and the vulnerability that it takes by those who are willing to speak up, and for those that are willing and able to listen and provide the support needed. So thank you so much. Thank you for the proclamation. And to Wendy Alt, well done to you and your team.
Thank you, Corey. Is there anyone else online?
There are no further online public comments.
No other comments in the room. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any board comments? Anybody wish to say anything?
No, but I'll move.
You will move? Okay, I have a motion by Amanda. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Ben. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the County of Calaveras Board of Supervisors proclaims the month of September 2022 as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the County of Calaveras, and welcomes community members to take part in suicide prevention trainings and to learn about local resources that pertain to suicide prevention.
Yeah, let's do a picture with the proclamation.
We also have the person here with me who is our new MHSA senior department analyst, who is replacing Susan Sells. Ribbons.
Thank you for your support.
To send them on a visit. Ready? Perfect.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, ready?
It's good to see people beside the fourth cross.
I guess that was a whole lot of purple in one spot.
It's over.
Oh, did I mention he was a Bret Hart teacher?
Where? Who? What?
It's homecoming week too.
Do you have a frog in your throat?
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. Next, we will move on to general public comment. This is any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it's determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time, it will continue as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comment to be heard. At this time, is there any public comment? And I'll start with the room. And then be mindful of the light. The clerk will turn the light on for green, yellow, and red.
Ready, Al?
You ready?
Go.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Al Segala. I'm president of the Calaveras County Taxpayer Association, and I'm speaking on their behalf. I also belong to other groups, but this is not related to that. This is a new item that should be interesting. We have tremendous losses in the billions of dollars due to wildfires. And this is going on year after year. Our friends in the fire prevention field say that the best approach to fire prevention is early strike or first response. Well, in the case of the wildfires, we're losing billions of dollars. There is a possible way to reduce that. And that's large aircraft, big tankers, already airborne and already flying in the areas that have been shown to be subject to these wildfires. And there may be some other things as well that could be done to bring about successful early response. What's happening now, there is no early response. So as a consequence, it's automatic that we're going to be spending or taking losses of billions of dollars to save maybe a few $1 million. One of these tankers costs $250,000 per day, but if you had several of them, it could very well be possible that we'd be spending $1 million to save $1 billion. That seems to make sense. And I would suggest that that this be looked into a little closer, that a committee be formed to approach these wildfires to see if we can reduce, to improve early response. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. Can I hand this out? How do I do that?
Yeah, that Stacy, yep.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Terry McBride, New California State, Calaveras County Chair and Senator. New California State is a new state in development forming from the state of California. New California State is exercising its God-given rights as declared in the 1776 United States Declaration of Independence and as ratified in the 1789 United States Constitution under Article 4, Sections 3 and 4. New California is the making of a new state, just like 50 other states have been formed to make the Union of States. I have here for you some eye-opening numbers, and I hope that you will take a good look at that. This was just released last night. California doesn't have any money. We, the people of the state of New California, notice to all Californians, this is the first declaration of truth. I know I'm going to run out of time. That's why I gave you copies. We follow the Constitution. So what I want to read is that we follow the first, the fourth. I've done this in the past. The state of New California, truth tyranny exists in California. Look at what's going on in our country. I've been up here, and especially our state, discussing with you this in the past. The people of California are suffering from a tyrannical state government which fails to provide a Republican form of governance, enables and supports across the southern border the invasion of the United States of America by illegal foreign nationals and protects victims, criminals who, vicious criminals who commit outrageous acts of violence upon the citizens of America, all caused by a government of and for a monoparty system led by a tyrannical pusillanimous dictator who openly defies federal law. California state violates the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Article 6, the First Amendment, and the 14th Amendment. Declaration of tyranny, violation of the United States Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, Clause 1. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government. Today, California is in a state of free fall at all levels. This free fall has been orchestrated over the last 170 years by socialists and communists, and we're now nearing the end of our socialist communist plan that clearly demonstrates a design to reduce the United States citizens living in California under absolute despotism. Today, this plan has eliminated the three branches of government, created a monoparty legislature which has enabled and empowered the rise of a pusillanimous governor turned dictator. A pusillanimous governor whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant is unfit to be the elected governor of free people. I won't have time to finish reading this. Folks can go to newcaliforniastate.com to read the entire declaration. If you have any questions, you know how to find me. I love this county and I love this state, and we are going to regain our freedom. I hope that you folks will be a part of it. You were pretty much taken on the last go around with this COVID and everything else. It was sad to see. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment in the room? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to move it over to Zoom. Are there any comments on Zoom?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of the item from the consent agenda for later discussion. At this time, I'm going to ask, is there any public comment on consent? What was that?
Item 10.
Okay. Is there any other public comment? Are there any online?
There are no online public comments.
Any staff comments? Seeing none, I'll move it to the board. Is there any board member that wishes to pull an item?
13.
13, okay. Is there any other comment? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda item, pulling 10 and 13 for discussion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. Any public comment? Seeing none. All in favor? Aye. All day? Seeing none, 5-0. So item number 10.
Thank you, Elsa Gallo again.
Yeah.
One of the things that concerns the taxpayer and also citizens is losing their freedom by a slow change in our form of government from a constitutional republic, which is what we were intended to be, into more of a socialist dictatorship. It's not a democracy. And this action item has to do with government funding in local law enforcement. And I would suggest that anything along the lines of federal or even state funding of local law enforcement or even our courts should be looked at very carefully to prevent a loss of freedom for our citizens and a loss of local control by our local elected officials. It's been ruled that that which the government subsidizes, it should control. And I agree with that. I'm sure you do too. So it's this process, it's kind of gradual, but if we become alert to it, we'll be able to protect our Constitution and do a better job in preserving the future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on consent agenda 10? Then we'll move to 13 then.
Vote on that one first.
I was thinking we vote on both of them together, or do you want to do it separate? You want to do it separate? Okay.
This one.
Okay, with that, is there a motion to approve consent agenda item number 10?
I'll move this item.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, 5-0. Did you catch who?
Yes.
Okay.
Carrie, thank you.
Okay, next we have consent agenda item number 13, Supervisor Stopper and Callaway seem to both pull it, so who wants to talk first?
Go ahead, Ms. Callaway.
I pulled item 13 in that I'm not clear why the task force needs to expand for the kinds of things that they can do under the state regulations and the resource code. And so I wasn't clear because there were no bylaws attached to this. I think, the board gave direction that, yeah, we would like them to maybe advise us on things, but I didn't see why we needed to expand what they were doing, that they could do what they needed to under the public resource code and state regulations. So
Jennifer?
I'm here available for any questions that you may have.
So unless I'm mistaken, the kinds of things, the board would like maybe recommendations or input on, they could do that under how they're currently structured. I mean, whether they meet weekly, monthly, or every 5 years, to me, that's up to them. So that wasn't the issue. It was the kinds of input that they could give us on the plan that they're charged with doing. So if we wanted, what's your thought on recycling? They could talk about that on under the state regulation, the household hazardous waste element. They can talk about that since it says that they can do those kinds of things to the respective counties. So I don't see where they need to expand, and am I missing something?
No, good morning. Madam Chair, respected members of the board, Jennifer Cashy, Director of Integrated Waste Management. You are correct, Marita, or Supervisor Callaway, that you would be authorizing more of a general advisory committee with this resolution outside of the state mandated roles that the Solid Waste Task Force plays. That is something that has to be authorized by your board. Currently, it is structured as the functions of the Solid Waste Task Force is just primarily the state mandated roles in which it can play. That is the resolution that's in currently adopted. So, if you choose to expand those roles outside of the mandated functions, that would require a resolution signing to authorize that.
Marita, I'm gonna let Ben talk. Okay, Ben.
Ms. Callaway brought up a good point. Where are the bylaws? We worked on them 4 weeks ago with the Solid Waste Task Force to be brought back with this resolution. There's certain things that the Solid Waste Task Force had worked on there. When it comes to the advisory role, there's been some confusion for quite some time about what the duties of the Solid Waste Task Force are. And they have been working in the capacity of an advisory, looking at contracts in the past. Gamby's come in front of them, other ones in the past prior to that. Bringing the bylaws in order and us as a board verifying what the tasks and duties of the task force are, what they are, is essential so that they can perform in the manner that the board delegates to them. I think when we worked on the bylaws, was it 3-4 weeks ago? Right.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Plenty of time to get in with this item here so that you could actually review them. It does not say shall review contracts or anything. It says may, which there's a significant difference. So in that capacity, my belief is the intent with the way the Solid Waste Task Force has performed in the past is to provide another avenue for public input. And I think that with this opportunity here, we have an opportunity here to move forward with, to a certain level of capacity, them being an advisory role only gives another opportunity for the public to get involved on how we proceed. An advisory committee does not make the final decision. Anything said during a Solid Waste Task Force advisory meeting would be taken as comment. Any suggestions would be provided to the board, and in that instance, the board would have the final say. So I personally, I don't see a problem with it being an advisory committee at the same time. I think it's just another opportunity for the public to give input, and we have the final say. That they don't make decisions, they advise.
Can I offer a point of clarity, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
From the bylaws, we really need to be authorized prior to bringing the bylaws back. So we can amend, we had suggestions on the bylaws, but those bylaws cannot become in effect until your board authorizes those additional activities. So it really isn't, the bylaws are done, those amendments have been made per the suggestions of the Solid Waste Task Force, but this needs to happen prior to those bylaws being in effect.
Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. I agree. There's never enough opportunity to get public input on anything. And there's a lot of wisdom outside of this diocese that can always be brought in. So thank you. My only concern would be, and this was and I'm sure this all gets sorted out in the bylaws. I want to make sure we do this. We've got many members of this advisory board that are our vendors, that are working with us. There's not a whole lot of them. So my only concern is I want their input. I want to know what they're thinking. What I don't want to do is get in a position where we're giving out documents or contracts prior to them being publicly released, because I want it to be a level playing field for everybody. And so sometimes if you've got your actual vendors on the panel, I don't want them influencing to an exceptional degree how we go about putting out our contracts. So that would be my only concern. I think it's fully manageable, has been said. But that is a caution that I carry. I don't think it's a caution enough for me to not vote for this, but I would like that considered as we go through. There's got to be some separation because we're too small a community and we can't have people in the room making those final decisions or shaping what's in the best interest of the county overall.
Good point, Mr. Garamendi. I concur, and I think there's certain tools we can put into place. I would use the Gamby contract that came before the Solid Waste Task Force a few years ago as one. Mark Zane works for Gamby. He's also on the Solid Waste Task Force. At that time, he afforded himself the opportunity to recuse himself from the vote. At that point, of course, he'd already seen the contract because he was the one that worked with it from Gamby's side. But at that point, the tools were in place. And I think that, yes, absolutely, we should proceed cautiously whenever there's a potential interest when it comes to a contract that could be.
Yeah,
I don't know the proper word.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It can get complicated, Supervisor Stopper and Garamendi, just because the Solid Waste Task Force is a Brown Act body. And so in general, if a contract is going to be looked at or reviewed by that body, you know, it needs to generally become a public document at that time. So mechanically, it does get a little bit tricky if we are asking the task force to review contracts. I don't disagree that that's something we can probably work around or try to find, but that it does get a little bit hairy. Granted, there are many other advisory functions and points of input aside from contracts. And I think, you know, Supervisor Stopper's point is a good one, that to say that the task force may review contracts does not mean that they have to or get to in every instance. And that's something that we may need to look at. And I do, just from a procedural standpoint, I just want to echo what Ms. Kashi said. I do think that it makes sense for the board first to establish what the role of this task force will be, and then put bylaws into place which are reflective of that role. So this item is sort of a precursor to then bylaws coming forward.
I concur with council. And you know, may and shall, and any review, if there's a potential contract going through, it should always go to council first to look at it, to make sure that, you know, if it's significant enough to the point where, look, they can give their opinions, but they can't necessarily see the contract, that there should be tools in place for review on that.
And my office will obviously continue to work with IWM and the task force on that. I do want to bring up that we do, as a Brown Act body, there are some difficulties when we have them play a role in contract review, given that proposals are typically not public up until a contract is negotiated. So as a practical matter, having the task force look at contracts can become problematic.
You had something?
Yeah, I agree with Jack and Ben. I just want to add one caveat to that. You mentioned the Gamby contract came and Gamby was on the board. They didn't vote for it. Brown Act requires them to leave the room. They can't even be in the discussion of any of it. And they're being in violation of the Brown Act, not only just voting on it, being in the discussion of it. So that needs to be followed if you're going to review any contract or have any discussions that has to do with anybody that's on the board. any of the contractors on the board, they need to recuse themselves completely out of the room. So
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay. I agree with Supervisor Callaway. I have some concerns about it as well. I think if there's a way for the bylaws to be more clear and keeping people in their lanes. My concern about contract is how it impacts operations out of the department. Typically when, let's use Public Works, we've got paving, that never leave that department. So I'm a bit confused why until and then it comes to the board to approve whoever the contract is awarded. So I'm a bit confused why contracts are even mentioned in the bylaws. I understand the intent, but I see potential issues if people are not going to or are not educated on what the Brown Act rules are. And if the task force is not going to respect those rules, then we need a tighter mechanism to keep that those roles and responsibilities, whether that be in the department or directly with the Board of Supervisors. I think we have a lot of new members, and I think they're going to be needing a lot of education on that. But it isn't just to sit there and chit chat. So I'm a little worried about that. And then the state mandates. I mean, my impression of what the task force is supposed to do, granted, we have a lot of landfill issues that are coming up, and it was a way to streamline. There's also a lot of state mandates outside of the landfill issue itself that need to be addressed with that coming down the pipe. And those are the things I expect, like, how do we deal with recycling? What are the ideas out there? That's where I feel the industry who do sit on the advisory can give us the needed feedback because they're doing it every day. But back to the contract, the waters just get a little muddy. And I want to make sure, because at the end of the day, this board has to do the financial, the risk management, the liability. And those are the things we have to consider, that they don't have that weight of ensuring that the constituents in the county is they just have a different role, and it just want to make sure that that's being communicated. So, Ben.
Just real quick, as with most committees in the bylaws, there's a requirement for a Brown Act training within it. So, understood, and not to be argumentative at all, but the Brown Act training is a requirement and should be a requirement of all committees that are of Brown Act status. And well heard. I mean, we can all agree that there's definitely contract issues that shouldn't be made public, and that the proper tools, from my perspective, can be put in place. As simple as a may, as opposed to a shall being in the bylaws. Shall, they would look at them all. May, that would be up to county council and the lead on IWM to see if it's can legitimately be put before them. And in most cases, that may not be the case.
If I may say something, this is Julie Moss Lewis, Deputy County Counsel. I assigned to integrated waste. The issue of whether members of the public or the solid waste task force would look at a contract are probably not going to be legal. It's going to be more of a policy decision of whether the board wants the task force to weigh in on any particular contract. So I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think the way the Brown Act works is necessarily going to change based on the type of contract. I know that service contracts and public works type contracts have different rules for when they're made public, but other than that, I don't think that our office is necessarily going to be able to answer the policy question of when the board wants to have the input of the task force.
Thanks, Julie. Any other board questions or comments? Jennifer, do you need anything cleared or?
Well, I think I'd like to echo Julie's comment is where is the determining factor as the shall or may? Just so there's clarity on that. Who has that final determination? If this task force requests it, is that where it falls or does it have to come to the board? So I think it's unclear to me as to when that may or shall comes into play. So if I could have some clarity on that so that we can be acting with the right foot forward, I think that would be appropriate.
And I apologize if I was unclear previously, the concern, or when it comes to the mechanics of contracts, so contracts which are awarded by the Board of Supervisors, ultimately, typically staff, right? If we're talking about a county contract, internal staff reviews the proposals. For instance, if we're talking about a services contract, makes a recommendation to the board, and then the board awards a contract. The issue here is that because this is a Brown Act body, if the task force is performing some sort of role in reviewing or making a recommendation or giving feedback to the board, as if they're looking at those proposals under the Brown Act and the Public Records Act, those become public kind of prematurely, if that makes sense, because normally it would not become the proposals don't become public until we've negotiated terms of a contract. So it's a mechanical issue. And this is obviously for the board to decide as a policy matter, but one option would be to continue sort of what I would call the expanded role of the task force. So beyond just what state law requires and weighing in on other things, giving that feedback like you've all discussed, but not having them actually review contract proposals, take that piece out entirely, because then we don't encounter those kind of weird Brown Act public records issues.
I could concur with that. I think
I
that's a
like-
good suggestion.
I like that idea.
definitely- I like the advisory role, but I understand the complications when it comes to reviewing of contracts and yeah.
And there's no
definitely.
reason why the task force still couldn't discuss conceptually contracts, vendors, give their 2 cents, give input, but they're not actually reviewing proposals at that stage.
Good point.
Marita?
I'm all, by passing this, all we're doing is saying, okay, task force, you can be an advisory committee. They can't tell us anyway. I mean, they go and review the plan, or they want to talk about household hazardous waste, and they have a thought on it. They can't give those thoughts to you and you give them to the board, or we're doing all this just so they can advise us.
Basically, yes, you're doing this to memorialize the role that they've been playing, more or less, which is not what was reflected in the resolution that created the task force. So the board would be taking this action to basically make what's happening on the ground consistent with what's actually been delegated or authorized to the task force.
And we're required by state law and
To have a
regulation
task
to
force
have a
and to have
task
them
force.
perform
That's
certain
what they say.
functions, right,
But, and they have to put the plan, I understand all that,
right.
but we have to say, okay, you can give us some advice on household hazardous waste.
It's a little
Yeah.
bit of a formality, but yes, it does. It would make what's transpiring in reality consistent with what the board has said.
And nothing outside of what's required by state resource code.
It is an expanded role from what's required, which is fine. That's absolutely the board's prerogative, and that's what's been happening. This just syncs it all up. So we know what the task force has been doing. They're an advisory committee in a more expanded way than is mandated by state law. The board, if you want that to continue, this
Okay,
does that.
So the question is an expanded role. What does that mean? That means they can now give us advice on all the things that they are already charged with doing.
If I can jump in real quick, So Supervisor Callaway, the household hazardous waste element, recycling, non-disposal facility elements, those are all included in the state requirement. So I just wanted to make that clear that the discussing household hazardous waste is not a part of the expanded roles. It is part of that state mandated.
And this, Julie Moss Lewis again.
Mike,
Sorry, thank you. We're asking to approve this, betting on the come, because we haven't seen the bylaws.
We can change the bylaws if they send us something you don't like, Ms. Callaway.
I think the bylaws will be tailored to reflect whatever authority and role the board today wants to give to this task force. And so it sounds like those will be all the statutory functions plus a kind of more expanded advisory role, but not reviewing, if that's the board's choice, not
So
reviewing the
I've been
contract.
on the board long enough to know what does an expanded role?
I think the staff report lays out the distinctions. Julie, feel free to jump in. It's a relatively limited statutory role required by state law versus what the task force is doing.
So the state law requires the city and the county to partner to implement on a countywide basis, including in the cities and the county, the different state mandates regarding recycling and source reduction and what have you. And so within those state requirements, there's a broad role for the task force. It's mostly about implementation of the state role in terms of things like how to financially operate a landfill or to vet a contract, things that are specific to the county's rules and responsibilities and roles. So we have a county-owned landfill. It wouldn't normally be part of the solid waste task force's function to talk about, for example, the financial health of integrated waste as a department, to talk about whether or not we should pick one consultant over another to do a fee study or a financial health review, that kind of a thing, or to recommend one person or another to serve in certain capacities, on county landfill types of issues or transfer station type of issues. So this would be expanding, the resolution would be expanding the state mandated tasks to include advising the board on county specific functions that are not necessarily requirements of state law.
Lawyer version.
I have
Rita?
one more question. Does the City of Angels have to approve this too, since they sit on the solid waste task force?
They would not, Supervisor Callaway, because right now there already is a solid waste task force that has been created with the cooperation of the City of Angels. It would be up to the board whether they wanted the same partnership group to be also serving as a county-only advisory committee. So one of the alternatives in the staff report is if the board wanted a different group of people or a more limited group of people to advise it exclusively to advise the county, it could choose to form a different type of county-specific advisory committee without having to collaborate with Angels Camp.
Jack?
Thank you. I think we're on the right track. I like the idea of taking contracts out of that. I might expand just on what Julie had just said a second ago about advising on consultants. That's a flag for me. This is a very small, this is big industry, but a small amount of people working on this. So I think that a good role for an advisory board is to play, hey, I know good consultants, you should look at them. I don't want them picking the consultants because consultants help shape the contracts. So I think it's good to advise that these are good people, but I might put that under the contract removal as well. Things can get sideways pretty quick that way. And that's not in the interest of our taxpayers.
Ben?
I'm hearing for the most part, some consensus here on taking out the contract part. In the capacity, they can advise on what the conceptually a contract can be, or these are good people, as Mr. Garamendi said. But I'm still in favor of the advisory role. I think it plays a good part, you know, especially having, let's say, Gamby or even, you know, members of Cal Waste, if that so be, giving input from their experience and everything. And again, I would support any other avenue for more public interaction, as long as we stay within the lane when it comes to contracts. Would we need, you know, with the recommendation here, Sarah, at the top, would we need to amend this so that we can, for the contract part and everything?
I don't believe so. The resolution that is in front of the board today merely states that the board is authorizing the solid waste task force to serve both its state mandated statutory functions and in an sort of as a general advisory committee to the board. I think that it sounds that if this is the board's direction, that the bylaws will just exclude any participation by the task force in contract review, selection, et cetera. Does that make sense, Ms. Kashi?
Yeah, and I think that maybe one kind of option maybe we haven't talked about is if you keep it to the state mandated roles, there's always an opportunity for your board to suggest the task force review something. So that is an option. I just wanted to provide all options that you may, as a board, decide that there is a topic or a concern or something of that nature where you can direct the solid waste task force to review those.
I'm glad you brought that up, because one of my questions is, and in the advisory role, recognizing too that they're not going down a rabbit hole on something that's not the priority of the board. You know, the board set the tone of what needs to be done. And while there might be some great ideas out there, which we want that advice, that we're not burdening staff time on things that are not or countering county operations or county priorities, if that makes sense. Or just come up with something pie in the sky and start discussing it and go down the rabbit hole. I don't want them going, I'm not comfortable with them just coming up with ideas and that aren't meeting the county priorities. If that, and they need to understand what the county priorities are. And if we expand those advisory roles, you don't know what where that might go. And I don't want it wasted on staff time chasing something that the board's not advising the advisory to do.
An advisory committee would meet. You know, the staff time provided is when Jen shows up to the advisory committee meeting, but they give no direction to staff on what they do. So they wouldn't be sending staff on any wild goose chases. They would be advising the board on what they think, which may be a rabbit hole to you. But at that point, you would make the decision on what staff's going to do.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I just want to be clear. So our choices are move ahead as modified on the contracts or keep it as it is. Is that right? Got that right?
And if we want to expand the advisory
doesn't go
or keep
away.
it to the state mandate, I prefer no contracts and keep it to the state mandate. But that's so, but the consensus seems just to be the contracts to be removed.
I support Supervisor Fallendorf on her comments on this, especially barring the fact there are no bylaws attached.
We can't have bylaws attached yet because we haven't been authorized by your board to put those in effect. So we have to create the bylaws, and as Sarah mentioned, they're tailored to your directions.
Gay.
Marita, you and I have been on the board for a long time, and as you know, this committee, this task force has been up and down and up and down and up and down. There's a period of time it didn't even meet for quite a while, and there was no members. Now there's members on there, and they're consistently meeting, and they're discussing matters. I understand about the state mandate. Initially, I was kind of down that same line, but I think if we expand it somewhat, we're going to have a better committee, and we're going to have more members wanting to stay on the committee. The problem was a lot of times you heard, because I was the board appointed person for this committee several years ago. We don't do anything. We just sit here and we talk about stuff, and nothing gets done because they didn't have the ability to do anything. So you lost people on it, and that's how it kind of disbanded. There wasn't enough people to even meet for a long time, yet it's mandated by the state. So I think that we have something going right now, and this is going to help it. I'm in agreement with it. I think the meat and the potatoes of this thing, yes, we can take the contracts out of it, and I'm in favor of taking the contract out of it. But when the bylaws come before us, that's when we're going to have direct control on what you want input on what they can and can't do, because we'll be approving those bylaws, and we'll have more control over just what we're saying right here. I mean, that's, I think, where we need to go. I'm in favor of allowing this, but without the contracts in it. And when it comes to bylaws, we can have the discussion on the bylaws that limit them on whatever we decide as a board to limit them on. But I don't want to, because of the fact that where we're out at Rock Creek right now and where it's going to be in a couple of years, I think we need to make sure we give them the ability to help us get through that period to the point where we are closing it and opening a new section of it. And it can go smoothly. And this task force is in the position to be able to do that with the members they have and the consistency of them meeting monthly will help us down that path.
Any other questions from the board? Jennifer? Okay, Julie? No? Okay. Okay, so we, if there's nothing else, if there's nothing else from staff, then I'm gonna open for public comment. I just want to make sure I got everybody. Okay, so at this time, we'll open it for public comment.
Al Segala, I concur with Supervisor Stopper. It makes sense that the task force be able to look at everything that has to do with that subject, which means give advice to the Board of Supervisors if there might be a problem. And I'd like to suggest that sometimes the state makes mistakes in state law. And the only way that that can be corrected is by the people that suffer the consequences of those mistakes being able to communicate, which means the Board of Supervisors or CRC. And if you censor the subject matter, you prevent that healing process from taking place. So the task force should be able to look at everything that has to do with the subject matter before. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, we're gonna switch to Zoom. Are there any comments online?
There are no online public comments.
Okay. With that, I'll bring it back to the board. Ben,
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve this as recommended and that, right? Yeah,
sorry, I
I would like to make a motion to approve this as recommended and we can detail the contract thing when it comes to the bylaws later. Does that work, council?
Yes, there's nothing in this, unless I am just missing it. And Ms. Cashy or Ms. Muslowis, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe there's anything in this resolution which gets down to that level of detail. So this, by approving this resolution before you, you would be authorizing the task force to perform its statutory functions as well as in an advisory role. And then the bylaws will come to the board for approval to reflect that. And it sounds like take out any reference to reviewing contracts.
Can I make a comment on your motion?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. If
I would like to make sure that we have a time frame for those bylaws to come to us. And it just doesn't keep going and going, and then it doesn't happen because of the contracts or whatever. We haven't agreed to that. So I'd like to see a time frame in here that it comes before us.
Look, may I ask a question that pertains to that? With what we did on the last thing, could you not bring those bylaws in front of us and then we could doctor them whichever way the board sees fit to address the contract issue?
You know what, I would have to refer to council on that. Would that be able to come prior to?
I'm sorry, are you asking whether the bylaws would need to go back to the task force before?
Correct.
Um,
We have made some modifications to them based on our last meeting. Those have all been done and sent to the task force for review. However, can we amend those bylaws without bringing it back to the solid waste task force first?
You could, yes. I mean, you could bring
We
those
as the
forward to the
board.
board at this point and the board could edit or strike that piece or.
I think is it. So with that said, Mr. Toffenali, with a timely manner, I think they're ready as soon as we can get it through IQM2. I said that would probably put it, what, two weeks out? So that by the end of the month. Is that reasonable, Ms. Cashy?
Absolutely.
So just to
So-
clarify, we would amend the bylaws pursuant to the board's direction today and then bring it forward?
I think that's, yes. Or,
I think that what the task force done, the board could work on it on the fly when it comes to here. And I mean, do the contract thing with proposed language by council when it comes before us. I mean, there's the recommendation by the solid waste task force. Yes, it's got a problem with it when it comes to the contracts. So you bring that forward to us. At that time, you bring a suggestion.
a version that's
A version.
a recommended version
and
that
then- and
incorporates
then
the
we can
board's.
Doctor it as the board at that time.
Sure.
Yes.
Does that seem reasonable?
Yes. I can do.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I think we've thoroughly complicated it. But my recommendation or I still stand with the recommendation here with my motion, and the rest we can doctor later.
Right, so the motion is to approve the resolution, the item as presented with some additional direction given by the board, and we'll be bringing back bylaws.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. At this time can I have a motion of approval? I mean, sorry, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. 3-2. Okay. Next, we're gonna move on to regular agenda, but before we move on to regular agenda, we need to take a 5-minute recess before item 15. Does that work?
That works. Stacy.
Okay. Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move on to regular agenda item number 15. Clerk, can you please read out?
Item 15, action item, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, appointment of applicants to serve on various committees, commissions, advisory boards, and county service areas.
Okay, with that, is there any staff member that wishes to comment on this item before I bring it to the board? Then, okay, I'm gonna bring it to the board. Are there any board comment? Supervisor Stopper.
There is a recommendation in here by the Solid Waste Task Force. Yet I'm indifferent on either candidate. I think they both are knowledgeable in the field. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Supervisor Callaway.
I'd like to nominate Peter LaFazia. Mr. Bacarezza doesn't live in the county, and it's a critical position in terms of where we might be going and regarding one of the county's key assets. So I would like to nominate Mr. LaFazia for the recycling industry. He works in the landfill and he's had lots of ideas on recycling. He's involved in it in terms of what's happens at our landfill.
Are there any other board comment? Stopper.
I hadn't caught the residents. I believe it was told to us that that Mr. Bacarezza was a resident, but I'm reading here that the resident's address is outside the county. Very good point, Ms. Callaway.
I'll agree.
Okay. Is there any other board comment or staff comment before I move it to public comment? Sir, you keep turning the light on. You're throwing me off. Okay, this time I'll start with Zoom and then move to the room. Are there any public comments on Zoom?
There are no online public comments.
Okay, is there any public comment in the room? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Is there a motion?
I believe Ms. Callaway made a motion, so there's a.
Okay, and when you said I agree, was that
I
your?
agree. I second.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we got a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Seeing none, that passes 5-0. We'll move on to agenda item number 16. I'm gonna do another, I apologize, 5-minute for Marcos to set up his computer and connect for share screening. So please be patient while we do the tech aspect of this, and we'll be right back. Okay, thank you for your patience and welcome back. Next on the regular agenda is item number 16. If the clerk could please read that out.
Item 16, action item, administrative office, conduct the fiscal year 2022-23 county budget hearings and direct staff to return on September 27, 2022 with the county budget resolutions.
Now for our favorite item of the day. So I'm gonna take this opportunity to turn it over to Marcos and let him kick this off.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. Thank you for having me today. My name is Marcos Munoz. I'm the Assistant County Administrative Officer. All right, so let's get started. This is the fiscal year 2022-23 final budget hearing. So today in this presentation, we're going to go over 21-22 and wrap up and where we ended on revenues. Then we're going to go into our budget and look at all operating funds and then focus a majority of the time on the general fund, followed by some position requests that are in final budget. All right, so let's start with 21-22 wrap up and revenue updates. So at closeout, so as of June 30th, 2022, our fund balance came in at $10.4 million, which is a good place to be at the start of this budget. We did see strong revenues and sales tax. It came in 14.5% above 2020-21 actuals. TOT had a significant increase as it came in 56% above.
We're getting some feedback, Marcos. You didn't do anything wrong.
Sorry, we're having feedback from somewhere.
All right. And so TOT came in at 56% above actuals, and then excise tax also came in at 44% above 2021 actuals. So looking over our historical assessed property value, this shows the trend of how we've gone over the past 20 years. You see, we did take a drop off after 2009, but then we have slowly, steadily increased since then, and we continue to increase as of this year, as of 21-22. Sales tax receipts, those have also come in strong as of late. Again, we did drop after the recession of 2008, but each year we have steadily increased and we continue to move in a positive direction. In terms of TOT, you can see from the graph here, we did have a little bit of a drop off, but it has remained steady. And then we did pass, I believe it was in 18-19, the TOT increase. And since then, with all other conditions currently going on, you have seen an increase. We did not drop off as a result of COVID. It kind of just hesitated for a little bit there, but then it shot up. Specifically this last year, we did see a lot of growth in TOT. When it comes to excise tax, we, in the first year of 2020-2021, we were just under $2.5 million. This past year, we came in at $3.5 million. However, we do not anticipate hitting that mark in this current year. So in our budget, that number is significantly reduced. We are looking closer to $1.8 million. Part of that reason is the reduction in taxes. We did see 1/4 of reduction in taxes in this past year, but 3/4 will hit us in this upcoming year, and that hence is causing us to budget it at a lower amount. So here's a snapshot of how we ended in terms of all operating funds. For the general fund, for the general departments, The budget is 5.6% lower than it was the previous year. Public Works is slightly lower as well. Integrated Waste Management is slightly higher. Health and Human Services is coming higher at 7.35%. Capital improvements, and this also includes the roads capital improvements, does have an increase, and this is due to the full amount of ARPA funds being budgeted into the budget. The airport also has a significant increase, and this is due to federal grants that were added into the budget this year. So that spiked the number as well. And then special districts dropped off a little bit. And here's just a pie chart representing the percentages of the departments, what they represent as a whole. So for example, you see our general departments represent 37% of the budget. Health and Human Services is just under 25% of the budget. And more specifically, here's the general fund. This is by service category. So overall, county admin and finance, we are coming in at a 3.89% increase. Public safety and protection is at 11%. Land use, which includes planning, building, 21 is down 21%. Health and human safety is down 7% for an overall decrease of 5.6%. And here's another pie chart that represents that as well. And you can see of the general departments, the public safety and protection does have the largest piece of the pie, followed by county admin and finance. So here is a look at our general fund and our 4-year expenditure trend. And again, I just want to point out these are budgeted numbers. So for the 2022-23 final budget in salaries and employee benefits, there is a slight increase over 21-22 for this year. You'll see a drop off in services and supplies on here, and then you also see the capital assets went up slightly as well. And here's a look at our revenue projections for the budget. So in this coming year, we are anticipating just under $65 million. That is more in line where our actuals ended up. Our actuals ended up at $65 million for last year. It is a drop off of 9% from what we budgeted last year. So I do want to point out the operating transfers in is significantly lower. Part of that reason is we are not, last year in the teeter transfer to budget, we budgeted over $4 million. This year, that number is significantly lower. It's $738,000, so that impacts that transfer in line, as well as there were some disaster monies that was being transferred in last year that's not being transferred in this year. So that line has dropped. You'll also see that intergovernmental revenue for state increased significantly over the previous year. And that was more of a budgeting issue. We budgeted that in the charges for services category. This was the JBCT contract. So we were just getting that right as we moved that contract into a different category. Jail-based compensation, JBCT contract in the sheriff's office. We just moved that to a different category, which spiked that category. And you see there's a drop in the charges for services category. So when we're looking at the budget, we noticed that it was received under one section, but it was budgeted under another. And so to line them up, we moved where it was budgeted. Cleaned it up, yes. And here is a breakdown of percentages of where the money comes from, another pie chart. As you can see, taxes is our #1 category at 38.75% of our overall budget. And here is the revenue over 4 years. The other slide was current year compared to last year. Here's a 4-year snapshot of where we've ended at. And you see We are currently just under $65 million. Taxes are a big increase over the past 4 years from just under 19 to $25 million. I did want to touch on TOT in this presentation. TOT has historically been divided into 4 categories, that being fire, the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and Public Works, and the Sheriff's Department. I did not put Sheriff's Department on here. They received 25% of it as well. But in terms of fire, in 1819, we received just over $1 million. Fire received 25% of the share. In 1920, we received 1.4, and fire received 25%. In 2020, 2021, we did a little bit of a change to the methodology. This is where they were given 25% of what was budgeted that year. But then at that time during budget hearings, it was discussed to begin using the look back method. So you'll see in 21-22, we begin to budget 25% of the previous year. So for example, the 435,874 that fire received was 25% of the total received in 2020, 2021. And again, this year we are budgeting a decrease in TOT. We're budgeting it at 90% just because we are not seeing the traffic that we did last year. We're budgeting at a conservative amount, and we're definitely going to keep an eye on TOT as to where it's coming in going forward. But we budgeted 25% of the 2.7 million, and so that's 682. So even though that 682 that we are budgeting to fire is more than 25% of what's budgeted, that is due to the fact that we are truing them up for last year, 25% of the 2.7 million. For the Visitors Bureau, we, as you look across for this year, we reduced that down to $400,000 based off of direction from regular budget hearings. So in the budget, it reflects $400,000 even. And for Public Works, they do have an SB1 MOE. That's the amount that we are required to give to Public Works. For last year, 21-22, we hit the SB1 amount. So, and that was 627,184. So everything above that, we did not give out to Public Works. It rolled into the general fund. And so their total came out to about 23% last year. For this year, based on our budgeted amount, we do not anticipate hitting that SB1 amount with TOT. So it is supplemented with general fund to reach that amount we're required to give them. In the final budget, we also have several position requests. I would like to go over those. So first, we're looking at the Public Works Department. There are 2 position requests in here. One is to update the job description for the deputy director. Currently, there is 1 deputy director position that is currently on the books, but the job description is outdated. So we are looking at updating that to make it more current. That position does require an engineering degree. There was discussion about taking that out or leaving that in. Ultimately, in your final budget package here, the engineering degree has been left in. So that job description still requires an engineering degree. The second position is reclassifying the business administrator to a deputy director of Public Works Administration. This is a new position. And so in the budget package, you'll see the job description for that position as well. The integrated waste management, we are requesting a gatekeeper for integrated waste to reclassify the gatekeeper to an integrated waste worker 1-2. This position came at recommended budget to the board. However, after the budget hearings, Labor requested a meeting on it. And so that delayed the position coming back to the board, and now it is here again at final budget. There is a reclassification of a limited term position in first 5 that takes it from a 0.8 FTE to a 1.0 FTE. This position is supported by MHSA dollars. There is a first 5 MOU agreement between behavioral health and first 5 where behavioral health is paying for the increase of that position. A few months ago, OES did a presentation regarding the Good Neighbor Agreement. And so in the final presentation is the request for a limited term department analyst. This is associated with that Good Neighbor Agreement. And then there are 5 positions being requested in public health. Public health was recently awarded more ongoing money, and this came after recommended budget, so it was not in recommended budget. The California Budget Act of 22 is providing ongoing funding for Calaveras County. This is in the amount of $515,889. And so that money will go to fund these positions. One of the requirements of the funding is that it cannot be used on current existing positions, and hence we are creating new positions with the funding. And then finally, there are 2 HR cleanup items. One being is on our salary grade, we have an intern salary, and that is currently listed at $15.50, which is, I'm sorry, $15, which is minimum wage. Minimum wage will be going up in January to $15.50. So this is just cleaning up that position to be at minimum wage. Currently, we don't have anybody in that position, and we have not had that position for several years. The other cleanup is the clerical 1, 2, 3 series. The clerical 1 and the clerical 2 are below minimum wage. Rather than redoing that whole series, because we have not had a 1 or a 2, we only have 3s currently. We are eliminating the 1 and the 2 and making the 3 a standalone clerical assistant position. And those are the positions that are in the final budget. So some highlights and the structural deficit. So highlights include sales tax and TOT came in higher than anticipated in fiscal year 21-22. We did reduce the transfer from teeter. Last year, there was over $4 million transfer. That is down to a $738,000 in order to balance the budget. We did have a larger than anticipated fund balance at the close of the year. And in this budget, we do have it budgeted for the general fund reserve to meet the policy minimum of 8%, and then the general fund contingency to meet the policy minimum of 2%. And the 8% is 8% of revenue received. The contingency is 2% of expenditures, and that's on a 3-year average. But some things to consider is currently there's a lot of economic uncertainty in the market. There's high inflation and volatile market conditions. So that's something to keep in mind. Because of that, we did budget sales tax, TOT tax, and Prop 172 at 90% of 21-22 actuals. Just last week, I ran TOT, and it is trending right about that amount at the moment as well. We are keeping a close eye on those numbers. With the economic uncertainty, we just want to make sure we stay on top of those, and we continue to monitor those on a regular basis. This budget is dependent on one-time funds, a large amount, and we'll see that on the next slide here. And we do anticipate something to keep in mind, that we have a 5-year MOU. And so we just want to make sure that we are aware that large increases associated with salaries and benefits will be coming in the future. And we do have a large structural deficit. So here is our general fund reserve balance. To start the year, it's at 4.4, which is below the policy minimum. And so we, in the budget, have balanced $596,000 and change to go into the reserve to put it back up at that 8% minimum. For the teeter balance, teeter is starting at $7.5 million. We do have a $738,000 transfer to balance the budget, and teeter expenditures of just over $2.1 million. We do estimate revenue in this budget at $1 million, bringing our end of the year fund balance, anticipated fund balance, to $5.65 million. And so here is our structural deficit. Right now for this year, we're looking at a $9.95 million structural deficit. I do want to point out, though, that we are doing a transfer to the reserves of just under $600,000. So if you take that out of it, you're closer to a $9.3 million structural deficit. That transfer, we're not anticipating that going forward, but we are dependent on roughly $9.3 million of one-time funds to balance this budget. Last year, we had a $9.9 million structural deficit, so it did slightly increase. Compared to 1920, there was a $10.7 million structural deficit. It did drop in 2020, 2021 to $4.6 million. And so you do see the dip that occurred there, but then it bumped right back up. So in putting together this budget book, it relied on a lot of people, and I just want to give a thanks to everyone, the Board of Supervisors, the Auditor Controller, IT, County Admin staff, Human Resources, and the department heads and their fiscal staff. It was not an easy task to put it together, but everyone played a part in it, and I am thankful for all they did to support this process. And so my recommendation here is conduct a public hearing on the 22-23 budget, receive the presentation, which was just done, and then provide direction on any changes to the fiscal year 22-23 final budget before it comes back on September 27th here in a couple of weeks.
Okay, so at this time, we need to open up. So you good, Marcos?
Okay.
Okay, so at this time, we'll open up the public hearing on the budget. And we do have some time constraints for a couple departments today. So I would ask that the board be open to hearing or discussing IT and the sheriff's office before 1 o'clock, if possible. Yes, sorry.
I just wanted to make a comment
Yes.
before we go by. We have a very modest person in front of us, and I want to personally thank Marcos for all the work that he's done. He's thanked the world appropriately, but as someone who's done this for many, many years, I know how hard it is, and it takes all the team that you mentioned, but also takes leadership, and you provided that. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Marcos.
I'd like to thank you too, Marcos. I know you did a lot of work here over the course of the last 3 months or so. So thank you very much. And the staff, also admin staff, came in. Good job.
So I see that there is a hand up from Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, respective board members. John Osborne, your Director of Emergency Services. I just wanted to clarify the position request. The limited term department analyst that appears in the presentation, and I'll apologize. I probably did not communicate the difference very well. It is not associated with the Good Neighbor Agreement. It is associated with the California Fire Safe Council grant that we've tentatively been awarded. I'm just waiting on the actual contract, the grant contract from the Fire Council, and it is for a limited term position of 18 months for a department analyst. So it doesn't make any difference, other than I'd like you guys to make sure you have the clarity that this is a grant from the Fire Safe Council rather than a Good Neighbor Agreement.
Thank you, John.
Madam Chair, just a quick thing. After we finish going through the budget, I think I'd like to see if we could have a discussion about the structural deficit. I think that they're related, but they don't have to happen at the same time. So as we wrap this up, I'd like to talk about that because I've always felt that it's something, it's a matter of cleaning up. So that's for later.
Yes, and we can do that. Absolutely. So with that, we will start going through the tabs. It is 11, huh? Yeah, it's 11:18, so I think that we should start with the sheriff and IT. And get on with those. Are they available at this, are either one available at this moment? Or is one here and we'll start with them and then wait for the other one to show up?
Supervisor
Okay.
Ballendorf, this is Sheriff Rick. I'm online if you need me.
Okay, let's go to the sheriff. And then we'll bounce to IT after we're done. Okay. Is Rick gonna show up on Zoom? Yep, there he is. Hi, Rick.
Good morning.
So Rick, is there anything you would like to comment on before you start getting a bunch of questions?
No, I think I'll open it up to your bunch of questions. We'll go from there.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
Can you can you bring your mic closer to you, Rick, or however that works with your volume? Supervisor Tofinelli saying he can't hear you very well.
How about I talk louder? Is that better?
Better.
Okay. Well,
I don't actually know where my mic is. I'll just talk louder. I'll yell at you, Gary, like I always do.
okay. Is there any board questions on the sheriff's budget in front of you?
Silence.
Read it up.
Sheriff, on the one that excuse me, for the extra bed space that you're getting, how is that going? Are we?
Yeah, that's the JBTC, the jail-based
Yes.
company program. That is supposed to kick off October 1st. We have a tentative letter that was sent over to me, and I actually forwarded it over to Craig the other day, that the state's going to start putting people in beds October 1. That's when we should see. And again, remember that it's 8 more beds, but whether there's one person in that bed or there's 8, we get paid for the 8. So it's moving forward. So we're getting closer. It looks like October 1 is our kickoff date.
Thank you.
Any other board member question? Okay, it's pretty quiet.
I like that.
If there's no other board questions on the sheriff's budget item, we'll move on to IT. Okay. Rick, any last words?
Thank you and have a fantastic California Calaveras County Day.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to IT. Is Stan available?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Hi, Stan.
Good morning. So,
Anything you would like to share with us?
no, Stan Moore, County CIO. No, but I'm here to address any questions that the board may have.
Okay, so Marita, your light's on. Do you have any questions? Okay. Are there any board questions for Stan on his budget?
Keep up the good work, Stan. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I really appreciate all the work you've been doing with RCRC and everything else for the broadband on the side also.
Thank you. I think we're making good progress.
I just have some clarification. Years ago, we established teeter to help fund tech services because they're so expensive. And I noticed we have like, I mean, just going from memory, 2 million in allocation out of teeter. Is that, I couldn't find where the allocation is. Is that going into tech services?
Yes, not all of it, but a large part of it is going into IT. We are replacing, and you'll see it on our CIP list, a couple of servers, and we have some big projects coming out of IT. But that does not cover the entire 2.1 million. It is not all going to IT.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to that later.
Supervisor Callaway, if I may. We, coming up in the next couple of years, we will be having some additional capital expenditures for equipment that will be coming up on end of life. And so we will be requesting additional investments that we will be updating administration and the board on before we get too deep into the next year's budget process. Teeter Fund has been a key contributor, as you know, to supporting the growth of IT in supporting all the needs of the county. And we certainly look forward to having that as one of our resources going forward. So thank you for bringing the question up.
Any other questions for Stan from the board? Okay. Seeing none, Stan, if you don't have anything else,
I'm
know.
good. I will be available if any other questions come up.
okay. Awesome. That was easy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stan.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go back to the front of the budget binder. And what do we have? We have admin. Is there any questions from the board on the admin budget? Ben?
I did, but Marcos addressed them in his, mostly when it came to the transit occupancy taxes and the adjustments made since preliminary. And then, but to follow up, the excise tax, 3.554 million. That's up substantially from what we thought it would be. But looking at the years going forward, because of the reduction that the board had voted on when it came to the cultivation tax, we're looking at 1.844, most likely going to the future. There was some confusion about certain payments not being made, but it's been cleared up. Those are actually going into this year's budget because they were actually that confusion on those payments and the actual realization of those payments was cleared up after the 30th of June. So that's going to be shown in our coming year actuals. Am I correct?
Correct. In August, we did see an increase in taxes that were paid. And those came in August, and that will reflect in our current year's budget. They don't reflect in last year's budget.
Right. So, I mean, the 3.554 is a little bit higher than anticipated, and then that's even higher, but it was realized in this current fiscal year. All right. Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions for admin? Okay, we're good? Okay, moving on, airport. Okay, are there any questions on the airport budget? Marcus, I'm guessing you're the one that answers that. Okay. From the board. Okay, I'm seeing none. Okay, we'll move on. Assessors. Are there any questions for the assessor? Maxine?
Just have sort of a generic question.
Uh-huh.
Marcus, on the general fund departments, we have on all of them pretty much a 5.3% reduction. I mean, what is that supposed to tell us? And I mean, it's been going on. Are you gonna take care of it or remove it or?
So, yeah, so the 5.3% reduction that was specifically for general fund departments is just under $2 million. And essentially what we did is we looked at budgets and we recognized that year over year, they tend to have salary savings. And so that 5.3 essentially reduces their overall appropriations to be more in line of what it actually comes in at. As opposed to, so we're going to have turnover, positions will go vacant, and there's salary savings associated with that. And that's what that 5.3% represents, is that reduction to those budgets to account for salary savings. That is, so there, yes, we do treat all of them the same. It is something we do need to look at, as, for example, we have experienced higher salary savings in certain departments than others. And so, yes, they should probably all be treated differently. But the last few years, they have all been treated the same with the 5.3% reduction.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that is something we've actually had conversations about, and we're looking at addressing as a per department number as opposed to a whole number. But in the current budget and in the years past, it has always been 5.3 for the last 4 years or so.
Any other board questions on this? And, okay, we'll move on to auditor. Any questions? Gay?
Yeah, I just noticed on our sheet here, and she's in the room. Is $1,000 going to cover your postal increases?
Yes, it should.
Okay, I'm just checking.
You can always come back during video.
You won't.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to the next tab, which is building. Is there any questions for the building department? Okay. Well, I was just gonna compliment Doug on the extra workload that he has taken, that it will be in the next tab. So thank you, Doug, for all your work. I know Lisa's in there somewhere, but thank you both.
My pleasure.
Is there any, if there's no questions for building, we'll move on to cannabis. Okay, cannabis, and we got Ben.
Yeah, I was gonna wait till this one to compliment you on the good work you've done, Doug. Just overall, we're gonna have to look at this moving into this next year with the changes being made on actual revenue coming in. Do you have any plans to bring this back to the board at a certain time?
I think you're waiting on staff. I believe my understanding is staff was working on a future discussion item to bring back to the board.
Correct. Doug and I are currently having discussions behind the scenes to bring an item back to the board.
Okay. No, I was just curious, you know, if we would proceed, we would proceed in the right way. Thank you. Thanks for the good work, Doug.
That's worked very hard. I'll pass that along. Thank you.
Doug, do you have anything to say? I didn't really give you a
Oh, not at all.
on either tabs.
You know, I guess I would just say that once again, staff has worked very hard to incorporate a lot of the changes to make this all work. So the credit does not go to me, it goes to my staff, and I thank them for their hard work. I will be bringing that informational item forward hopefully before the next mid-year. I'll be working with Marcos, and we'll be bringing you something that I hope you will agree is streamlined, efficient, and in line with the service goals that I continue to bring to you. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board or comment? Okay, we'll move on to CIP projects. Are there any questions to Marcos, I believe, right? UK, this one too, to Marcos on the CIP list.
Mr. Garamendi, I think we're
Yep.
We've discussed this. This is more of a public statement because I know that I'm pretty sure everybody on the board is on the same page. This document has $8 million set aside for design and construction DA building. That is, as I understand it, not the case. We're holding the money, the ARPA funds there while we go through figuring out what it's going to cost to our other 3 capital projects. I say this because public quickly gets confused and thinks that we're building an $8 million DA building, when in fact we're doing electrical upgrades, animal services, and a DA building. And we haven't decided how that pie gets split. And so I don't want the DA thinking she's getting $8 million or animal services to think they're getting $8 million. But I think we're all committed to getting what we need, maybe not exactly what everybody wants. We'll stay within our budget. So that's my only statement, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
If I may refine on that.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, along with that, the electrical upgrade has something about $500,000, which I understand is close to the actuals of what that would be. And animal services building $1.5 million, which could go back and forth depending on cost between DA building and that. Now, all 3 of these have ARPA funds, but going back to 5633 with the district attorney building, you know, we have $8 million there. Some of that's not ARPA funds. I mean, there's a judicial fund and then there's the county collected fines. Can we hear the numbers on those itemized so that we can know the difference between the ARPA funds and the judicial fund and the county collected fines, please?
Correct. The ARPA funds total about $8.9 million. The judicial construction fund is just over $1 million. And the county collected fines, I believe, was at roughly $100,000.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions on the capital projects listed? And thank you both for the clarification and reinforcing that. Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. We got the clerk reporters. Are there any questions on the clerk reporters? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we'll move on to corners. Okay. I just have one comment, and I've expressed this to Marcos in our discussions about my questions with the budget. In the recommendation from the admin office is the removal of the scanning for archive. I just wanted to put on record, I'm concerned that it'll just kick the can down the road. So I just want to make sure that it is still a priority of the county to make sure that those archives are scanned and that we will be seeing a plan in the future.
Correct. And we have 2 scanning projects in the budget. One was for the coroner, one was for the assessor's office. With the assessor, we have a company, we were already able to get a quote. So we're moving forward with that one. With the coroner, we haven't made it that far in the progress. So we're still working with the coroner to get that number. That will require a contract, which will come back to the board. And at that time, it's our intention to add the appropriations into the budget. We took them out at this point because we don't know what the number is going to be. We could put a number in the budget, but we could be way off. So our thought process was to bring it back with the contract and add the appropriations at that time.
Okay. That makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Are there any other questions for the coroner's office? Okay, we'll move on to county council. Does county council have anything?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Okay, no question for county council, move on. And Stacy, if there's any department head raising their hand, please let me know because I'm not paying attention to that. Okay. Next is the DA. Are there any questions on the DA? Okay, not seeing any, move on. Environmental management. None. Okay, we'll move on to Health and Human Services. Any questions for Health and Human Services? Do you? You have questions? No? Okay.
I was just saying non-general fund.
Okay. Okay, no questions from the board or comments. We'll move on to HR. Which I think we got a lot of updates this morning. Are there any other further questions for HR? Okay, I'm not seeing any. We'll move on to the next tab. We'll skip that tab. We just did that. So integrated waste. Are there any questions on the integrated waste? None? Okay, moving on. Library. Oh, sorry.
My apologies. I just didn't want to
Okay.
jump on you about it.
Ben.
Miss Cassidy. Cassidy. Get it right. Doing better.
Yeah.
Yeah, slow learner. Recently, we were discussing, you were able to reduce your budget a little bit by, you caught something, $70,000 a year approximately when it comes to closure.
So are you referencing the financial assurance
Right.
fund? Yes. So with the state of California, or with Cal Recycle, we have a financial assurances fund that we're required to keep an appropriate amount of money that would cover any kind of closure costs or a corrective action costs. So we have refigured our closing cost estimates and our corrective action costs. And it was very favorable in the county. And we were actually able to reduce that amount by over $500,000. And our closure fund is adequately funded and in really good shape.
I just want to acknowledge her for that. Thank you for doing your due diligence and catching that and moving forward in a proper manner. That's a good thing, especially when it comes to our closure and what the state requires us to do. So.
Okay, thanks.
Louita.
I put on the solid waste fee, it shows a reduction for 22-23 from 21-22 actual. Why would there be such a substantial reduction? I mean, substantial. Talking about 419, we're talking 100,000.
$100,000 reduction?
The 21-22 actual was 579,000. And what's recommended for this year is 480,000 from the solid waste fee. And I was just wondering why there'd be such a reduction.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand, was that the actuals that you're looking at? And then we have.
Yes, the actual versus recommended.
Thank you.
4662 line item. 4662.
I think it was so see, these solid waste fees are related to our gate fees. So those are fluctuate. So the recommended budget or the estimated budget there is a reflection of, that's a safe number to be budgeting, because those gate fees do fluctuate depending on how many customers we have and how many residents we have visit.
So that reflects the gate fee that integrated waste receives.
That is correct. Yes.
Well, if you look at the year
Take our
before,
money back?
you look at the year before and it was 700,000, then it went down to 589. or 579 and no, 480. So it's,
I know that, I saw that.
Okay.
But I mean, it just seems.
It's a conservative projection, and it could come in at higher, which would be beneficial to solid waste.
That is correct.
And I do want to point out the 480,000 that is budgeted is higher than the 450 that was budgeted last year. So we did increase the budget amount, but still remain conservative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Initial glance on something that I would assume that would have been the parcel fee, and I could have been confused, like, how does that go down when, the houses aren't.
Correct. I could see that. And then, like I said, it is the gate fee, so it is a fluctuating number, and it was a safe budgeted number.
Any other questions? Marita, your light's still on, so I just want to make sure. Okay.
No.
Yep, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to library. And if there are department heads that want to speak, just a reminder, let me know. Because half of you are in here and half of you are online, so I just want to make sure. Hey, are there any questions on the library? No. Okay. Well, Nancy, good job. You've got a lot of projects coming, and I look forward to seeing those through the year. And next we have OES. We've had a clarification from Mr. Osborne earlier. So are there any questions regarding his clarity or his budget? Okay. I'm not seeing anything from the board, so we'll move on to planning. Any questions for planning? Okay, not seeing anything from the board. We'll move on to probation. You're not seeing anything from the board. We'll move on to PATV.
I lost this battle in June. I'm not going to refight it in September, but I'll see you all again next June.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any other comments? Okay. I will have to say thank you to public TV. I don't know if the public realize it, but we've been switching over to YouTube, and the clerk's office and PATV has been working really hard to get that working. So thank you guys for making our meetings more accessible. Okay.
And hopefully we'll further along next year.
Moving on to public works. Is there question for public works? Supervisor Stopper.
I don't know, does anybody else from the board want to discuss this?
Talk about the two positions.
Yes. I'd be willing to let any board member that would want to talk about this before me, just.
Well, why don't we finish going through the book, and then we can come back and go through any other items, including this.
Okay.
after we got through the budget.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Are there any questions from the board other than what was just discussed? Not see anything? Okay.
No, it's an illusion.
We've already done the shift office, so we'll move on to the treasurer tax collector. Are there any questions from the board on the treasurer tax collector? Gary, do you have a question? No. Okay. Right, seeing none, we'll move on. Last tab is special district. Are there any special districts out there that would like to comment? None, and none. Are there any questions from the board on the special district numbers? No, okay. With that, I'm gonna take a moment to allow, since there wasn't a lot of discussion from the board, we went through that pretty fast, before we move on to the positions discussion. If there are any, this is a public hearing, are there any public comments on anything the board said or did not say in the tabs at this time, so we can go back?
Council Gala, this is an easy one. We have an increase in the TOT tax. That's transit Oxby tax. Sometimes called a motel tax. And the question is this an increase? Does this reflect an increase in use, or is it primarily caused by new accounts, by new laws that were passed? In other words, did a whole bunch of new accounts be opened up because of law, and therefore we have a TO tax increase or not? I don't know if you would have that information or not.
I don't specifically have that information. However, in speaking with the Visitors Bureau and our traffic, we did see an increase in traffic last year, but we are not anticipating that same level of traffic this year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a point of interest question. I saw in your presentation that you're getting fines and forfeitures, and as I recall, the court system was going to try and take all that money years ago. So are you getting it back? You got it back? Marita would know.
Marcos.
Supervisor Callaway, excuse me.
Ben?
Did you hear the question, Ms. Callaway?
Yeah, on fines and forfeitures.
Yeah,
We still get
Mike.
some,
that's the court's fines and forfeitures?
well, we still get some. I know we get, that's how we fund the law library. Isn't that still funded by, from the courts?
Okay,
Yeah.
I just,
And-
they were trying to
It
take it
is.
all a long time ago. So
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it looks like.
It's
something's coming up.
specific on certain things. So there's Fish and Game, our commission
We still
gets
get
a
it.
small amount when it comes to any fines that are made when it comes to fishing fines for licenses and such, or hunting. But there are quite a few fines that the court has still capping procured, I believe. So it's divided up, Mike, and we get a very small amount.
Well, at least you're getting some.
We
Good
get
job.
some, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any, we had comments in the room. Are there any comments on Zoom that on what we just went through, or
There's no online comment.
no
on
online
Zoom.
comment? Okay. Okay, so if there's no more questions on the tab, then we're going to pivot to the position description. Oh, sorry, yes.
I forgot that, Cassie, but on page 419, under the secured solid waste, why would that be down? It went from 4,000,005 to 4.4. 4663.
going from an actual to a projection.
Yeah, but it's not as if we had a Butte fire and lost a lot of houses. Thank heavens.
Do you want to take a moment to wait for, see if Jennifer can come back?
We can wait for Jen, but from what I see is the 4.4 is just the budgeted amount. I understand the actuals came in at 4.588. So it's just the budgeted amount at this, that we're anticipating at this moment.
But if we actually receive that, because that's unsecured tax roll, that unless we lost a lot of houses.
Jen's online. Jen?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Did you hear the question or do you need Ms. Calloway to repeat it?
Please repeat it if you can.
Okay.
On the secured parcel fee, on the solid waste, we actually received 4.5, but we budgeted 4.4. How could we be budgeting less than what we're actually receiving since it's based on secured property?
Well, I have done a property review last fiscal year and found some properties that had not been charged a parcel fee and was able to increase it by about $130,000. However, with that said, I have to leave space for a potential non-payment, a potential refund if those parcel fees were charged in error. And when I mean in error, there may be improvements on those parcels. They may not be a residence. And so in that process, the homeowner or the property owner would contact Integrated Waste for a refund in that area. So that is why it's budgeted that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are you good? Okay. Okay, so again, I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody on the tabs to make a comment on anything the board said or didn't say going through all this. Okay, I'm not seeing it in the room and any on Zoom. We're good, Stacy? Okay. So with that, I believe Supervisor Toffenelli made the suggestion to go back to the position description list and have a conversation about the question that Supervisor Stopper arose. I also want to comment that we're about a couple minutes before noon. Given that we're moving pretty good, we were thinking that if it's okay with the board to continue to 12:30 and then revisit if we need a break for lunch for everybody. Does that work for, or we're good? Okay, thank you. Okay, so in front of us, we have the position description list, and Ben, do you want to ask your question or comment or what?
Just going through this job description. When it comes to project delivery, the Deputy Director of Public Works project delivery. I appreciate that the civil registration as a professional civil engineer with the California State Board of Registration for Professional Engineers is required, has been reinserted in there. At this time, I think we need to think about possible ascension in the department in the future, and with that considering, there may be some responsibilities that this person may need. So at this time, I would ask the board if they have the appetite to possibly bring this back in the future for reconsideration on both the positions. And we can come back and look at it then and get the whole picture and have a discussion at that time about how we want to proceed.
Is there any thought from the board on that suggestion?
I would
Okay.
agree. I think that's a good suggestion.
You know, I'm not completely opposed to these, but I like more time to consider it and possibly have, you know, when possibly Robert brings back the CIP, we can discuss how he wants to proceed with the department in the future, and we can have a broader conversation at one point or another. I'm not sure if that is in line with that, but I think that would be a good way to proceed on it.
Okay, Robert? You're on mute.
Yes, I understand. If you wish me to bring this back at the time that we bring this CIP presentation, we can do that also.
I would suggest working with the CAO and the deputy directors on when's a good time and how they want to proceed with it. If that's the intent of the board as a whole.
Is that Marita?
No, I feel that Mr. Packinger has brought this back if I'm not the second or third time. And if this is his desire as a department head, I feel like I need to support him on this, even though I agree with Supervisor Stopper on some of his concerns. I feel like I need to support the director.
Are there any other board comments? I support the recommendation by Supervisor Stopper, if that is okay with the CAO's office. Okay. Craig, do you have any? You're on.
I just need remedial training on your microphones. No, that's fine. I understand, you know, some of the concerns that have been expressed, and I'd be glad to meet with Robert and bring those back for appropriate time.
Okay. With that, are there any other comments? Okay, moving on. Are there any other positions that the board wishes to discuss that was presented in the budget? Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Oh, Marita.
Just a quick clarification, the IWM position, has that been agreed to with the union, whatever the
Yes.
discussion was? So that's not.
There is no issue with the union regarding that
Okay,
position.
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
to follow up on that, I just want to ask, you know, majority of these, I mean, Health and Human Services Agency did a really good job on defining what the cost would be, you know, and those definitely, you know, 99.9% of the time don't hit the general fund. Is there anything here that not all of them say change in costs, and some of them may or may not. And not that I need them right now, but in a future instance, I would like to see the difference on it, whether it be general fund or not.
Correct. And we will bring them back in 2 weeks and we'll make sure to have those listed in there.
Excellent. Thank you, Marcos.
so if there are any other questions on that from the board, I'm gonna make sure that I do a public hearing, that there are public input on what was just discussed. I'm not seeing any in the room, and Stacy, do we have any online?
There is no online
Okay,
comments.
so earlier, before we started, Supervisor Garamendi made a suggestion, and I believe the board agreed. We need to discuss how we move forward, recognizing that there is a deficit. And so I'd like to move to that conversation. But before we dive into that, I just want to confirm there are no other comments or questions on the tabs. Nope. Okay, we'll move on to the deficit conversation. and go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, our budget is an amalgamation of generations of different budgets stacked on top of each other. And as a guy who has a ranch that's covered with baling wire and duct tape, sometimes it's good to just sink a new post. I would like to suggest that that is in many ways our budget. I think sometimes the term deficit is misleading. A structural deficit is misleading, and I think we could clean that up. And I would petition this board to give very clear direction to our CAO that for him to, and assistant CAO to dig into this and set this straight. Sink a new post so we get the fence straight. And so that's what I would be requesting in the public hearing.
Are there any comment from the other board? Gabe?
Yeah, I have to agree with Jack. I've been this structural deficit thing's been up and down, but it's been part of our budgets for the last 15 years, I think, since the crash. We started going in and we reduced down to the point where we couldn't reduce anymore and still be operating. And we still had some deficits there. Marita, if you remember. I think it's time we address it, and with Craig on board with us, with his experience, and with the help of Marcos and the crew in there, we can at least go forward with it, somewhat of a plan. I know it's not going to take a year, it's not going to take 2 years, but if we have a plan going forward to start reducing it and bringing it down at some point within the next 2 or 3 years, we possibly could be at 0 and looking up going forward. So I'm all in favor of it.
Ben?
I concur with my fellow supervisors. Yeah, it is something that, we've discussed in the past. I think Mr. Garamendi at one time was like, we've been dealing with, let's say, emergency after emergency or fire after fire. Right now, we kind of, knock on wood, might be in a good spot to move forward. I think it's time that, we gave clear direction, and we have a great opportunity with the people that we're working with right now to, right this ship, if not set the fence straight.
Are there any other board comment? Craig?
Okay, well, I'll just comment, back when you guys hired me, I mentioned I didn't want to come over and just keep the engine running and the car polished. I'd come if there's meaningful things you wanted to apply my skills to. This is something that I see as essential to the financial health of the county, and will put you on a good sound footing as you try to, grow and do new and better things yet with Calaveras County government. So definitely up to the challenge. And I know there's very capable staff, not only in my office, but also as I've gone around the county as a whole. There's some really talented people out there. And I think it is a new day, new opportunity to look at this thing differently and attack it.
And I'd like to say, and I agree with Craig that it's going to take all the departments and the whole county to be on board on this thing, to get us back to where our deficit is gone and we're moving forward. So I want to thank all the department heads for this budget, and they're buying into it and moving forward. So thank you all for all your efforts.
Any other comment from board? I see Marita smoking.
She is.
No, I've been doing lots of budgets, and I have to say, over the years, county staff has always stepped up to whatever the challenge is. If it meant coming before us and saying, I'm letting people go, and having department heads cry in front of us, or fighting over a little few cents that we have, the departments in this county have been awesome. through good times and difficult times. I think so.
Well said, Mary.
Jack? No? Okay. Are there any other comments on this? Seems like there's a consensus to give that the CAO's office to go forth with that direction. Yeah. Yeah. So we're still public hearing, so I want to allow an opportunity one more time for the public to comment on the discussion. Not seeing any in the room. Do we have anything on Zoom?
No, we do not.
Okay. I believe before I close, we need to make a motion to approve what the recommendation in front of us with the feedback of various items to be brought back at a later discussion. Sorry for that clarity. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. And with that, we'll close the public hearing. Thank you, everyone. And again, echoing off of all the other supervisors, thank you for making this an easy process, and hats off to admin and department heads. So thank you. We will be convening, hold on a second. We've got board comments. So I'm going to start to my left with Supervisor Callaway. Oh, you got a list?
Mike, Supervisor Kelly.
We had the CSAC Board of Directors meeting. Anyway, a week or so ago. There was one item, Proposition 27, which allows online and mobile sports wagering. And CSAC, initially staff had recommended that we don't deal with the issue. The directors changed that, and the CSAC Board of Directors voted to oppose Proposition 27. I abstained on that, which I don't approve of abstentions, but in this case, I had not discussed it with you. Normally, I can vote on things because I know the direction of the board. But considering the controversy of this, and as well as 9 other supervisors abstained, pretty much for the same reasons, I guess. So I didn't know if the board wanted to hear anything on this or just let it ride. But so I'm throwing that out to you if you want to make any changes on Prop 27. Basically, the CSAC board felt that the ads are deceptive. They talk about solutions to homelessness. 90% of the profits would go out of state, and you would do little, if anything, for the homeless and mental health in the state of California. So the CSAC directors felt it was a bad deal for counties. I did ask RCRC. I copied Jack on that, if they were going to take a position, and they're not going to deal with it at all. Considering RCRC counties are on the CSAC board, it was sort of a mute point. The second is Prop 31, which would prohibit retail sales of certain flavored tobacco. CSAC took a support position on that, and I did vote to support that, mostly because our mental health people have totally recommended a support. It's one of that, if you vote yes, it's no. If you vote no, it's yes. So we voted to support opposing Prop 31, and if you've got that, good for you.
We support
CSAC,
opposing.
I know, I have to say, I'm really kind of impressed with the direction where CSAC's going. They have put together a grant support financing, and mostly it's to help rural counties and to help us develop a grant system and to give us the ability to write good grants. They're going to put in webinars, they're going to have grant templates. And if we develop contracts for our grants, there's a possibility that we could get a 10% discount on that. So that's positive. Since I find Calaveras is a little behind the 8 ball on our grants, has nothing to do with the staff not going after grants. It says that every department has their own grant person instead of maybe somebody that could oversee or help or look at grants that don't fit into a particular department. Because that's the system. I wish Al Segala was here. I remember Al interviewed me on taxpayers thing on community TV. And he said, well, Marita, like, what do you think about grants? And I said, well, Al, that's the system we use in the United States to get money. And if we don't like that system, then we should start with Congress to change it. Okay, one other thing is there's the Easy Smart Pay program. I'm sure all of you have heard, and we've heard in the boardroom. Can't I pay my taxes on a monthly basis instead of twice a year? There is a program, Easy Smart Pay. I notified Barbara that the pilot program for counties was done, and it's now available for all counties to have our residents be able to pay their taxes monthly. That's all I have.
You've been busy. Jack?
I want to start off by acknowledging that Supervisor Callaway just completed her 25th budget for Calaveras, including a lot of good times and bad times in there. So congratulations, Marita. Lots going on in District 2. Art Walk open in West Point, which is really fun. Next time you're cruising through town up there, go check it out. Railroad Flat Community Center, which thank you, board, continues to move forward, and there's a lot of excitement around that. Thanks to staff for making that work. I will be heading off to RCRC this evening where we have our annual meeting in Napa. Lots of good stuff on the agenda. I will be leading a demystifying the internet. You can probably figure out a little bit, those of you who know me can see there's a little bit of irony in that since I'm mystified by the internet. But I will be introducing and running that panel. So if there are any issues that come up, let me know. And for those of you who are joining, it should be a good show. So thank you.
Vice Chair?
I do have something to report, and I talked to CAO yesterday about it. We had a conversation. We had a meeting. Melissa Raggio from COG, myself, Rick DiBasilio, the sheriff, was on that meeting. It started out on cleaning up the highways and some programs that Caltrans has available, and Rick being able to use through a contract using inmates to clean highways in the county. And they brought up something that they're doing through Clean California, and it is what they call a dump day. And the dump day, and it could be more than one day, it depends on how big of how many people are interested in doing it and how different areas in the county, different communities set up for it. But basically what it is it's one day when you're notified and it's out there, and they're going to do all the advertising. They pay for everything involved in it. Is you can bring all of your home appliances, home furniture, patio furniture. You can throw away anything except for paints and solvents and chemicals, but you can bring anything else to a site that's designated, and they paid the bill for it. they'll get a hold of Gamby. If it's at a transfer station, they'll get a hold of Cal Waste. They'll get them to bring the containers there. And they will pay staff time. They will pay Rick to have a deputy there during the time that they're open. And they will pay the transfer fees. They will pay the fee at the dump for anything that's registered that we have to pay for, like appliances, refrigerators, washers and dryers. They will foot the bill for everything, including staff time at the landfill. And they're proposing to do this. I don't know if Melissa sent you the contact information yet. But Craig was going to get with Jennifer and get things collated and meet with Caltrans on it so we can have this program sometime in October.
This October?
Yes, I was in favor of it. It'll clean up and get things going and people have an opportunity not to pay anything. Caltrans will cover every dollar of it, again, including staff time, and any transfer fees that Integrated Waste sends their way based on it. I thought it was a great deal. It was wonderful. And I was all for it. So I contacted Craig and had a conversation yesterday with him. Melissa was supposed to forward him the contact for Caltrans. His name is Sam. So we can set it up. And he October, he wants to do it in October. Yeah, let's do it. We want to get it done. So it was a great meeting we had, including with Rick being able to go into contract and clean the highways with inmates and getting paid for it. And Caltrans will provide a Caltrans van and a portable toilet that it pulls along behind it and signs that says road work ahead. And it's all set up by Caltrans and they pay for all of it. Plus they pay for his staff time. Yeah. So it was a great meeting. It was a good contact. Called Clean California.
I have a question. Does that include tires and mattresses and?
Tires and mattresses and the whole thing. Yes. Anything but paints, solvents and chemicals, tires and all. Yes.
Gary, you guys did this 20 years ago, I would imagine, and people like me still talk about it.
Yeah.
It's a high water mark.
Oh.
I think we got the most tires out of Paloma. So.
Yeah. Well, at one time there was a hill there in West Point where on the way down to the transfer station, they found out they had to pay for appliances. They were dumping them over the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You remember that, Marita? That's been 10 years ago or so. Yeah.
There are spots that still happens at slightly.
Thank you, Gary.
Looking forward for that.
Ben.
Wow. I just feel insignificant with all the interesting things you all have going on. But as you all know, we did have an integrated or a solid waste task force meeting. We're planning on having more moving forward. Actually, appreciate Mr. Toffenelli's comments when it came to getting people interested. We have people interested right now. So I think the decision today will help keep that interest going. And we have some good people on there. I mean, it's good to have Angels Camp, Caroline Sherrado. She's a breath of fresh air coming from Angels Camp. We also have Mary Pitto on there, Sherry Rouge. We just made an appointment today. So there's another good person on there. We still have Mark Zane. I mean, it's really coming together and a good group of heads working on it. We had a Central Sierra Economic Development District meeting. We're moving forward with our SEDS. We're moving forward with the SURF funds. We're the only applicant for the central or the eastern Sierra Nevada area between the 7 counties. The state said those 7 counties are part of that. And so it's looking like we're going to get it most definitely. With that's those SURF funds. It's a $5 million planning grant that, initially that could move on to 40 some odd million plus in implementation in the future. We've had great input from the people in Calaveras County. Kathy Galino's given put a lot of work into these things moving forward when it comes to the actual contacts. So we're actually ahead of most of the other counties when it comes to our interaction and public comment. I touched bases with Ms. Fullendorf, and in the future, we may want to sit down and get an update on that, possibly November or December. And do it coordinating with possibly, if the board has appetite for it, with the Angel City Council at the same time, just because, we're the two economic driving forces within the county when it comes to representation. And we should probably stay on the same page moving forward so that we aren't bumping elbows. And, so just some food for thought in the future. We'll be bringing a back update. The SURF funds, we were thinking we're going to be getting those earlier, but it seems like in the urban areas, people are duking it out for what they're going to get still. So the state's giving them a little more time to get their stuff in. But, between our 7 counties, we've been working together real well, and it's good. Yeah, I'll drop it at that. So I've said enough.
Okay, thank you. I don't have much. I will be joining Jack ICIC. I did want to comment. We have some openings on the Fish and Wildlife Commission. And I've been contacted by commissioners from that board to remind other supervisors. If you have anyone that would be interested from your respective districts, please encourage them to put in an application. It is homecoming week for Bud Hart, so go Bullfrogs.
What are you laughing?
I didn't say anything. I cleared my throat.
So with that, the downtown will be closed in the afternoon. So if you're making your way toward over the river, please plan accordingly because you may have to take Parrot Ferry. And then tomorrow in District 4 down in Copperopolis, CCWD is having a town hall. So for various projects that CCWD is working on to update the community. So with that, we are going to convene into closed session and we will report out at the next meeting. Thank you, everyone.